Hmm. All right. Good morning. I was just looking at I looked yesterday too, and I looked again today. And unfortunately, a lot of the assets that I was interested in getting for the game we're developing were not on sale at all. So that was a little disappointing. I was kind of waiting until Black Friday week to see if I would find any sales. So I was kind of wanting to get this animated monster pack here and this boss monster pack. And I thought there was one other one I wanted. I'm trying to get the ones all kind of tied together from this Hippo company. I really like the asset I've been using, the Fantasy Heroes asset, where it gives you a character and lets you customize the equipment they're wearing and it shows it visually. And it has animations and stuff. And then that's also what we've been working on for the inventory. They have a little inventory system included with that kind of gets you started and then you just kind of build it out for your game. We've pretty much done that. That's what we've been working on, and we're just about done with the inventory system and getting it working. But anyways, I was really hoping I could grab a couple more assets tied to this. Maybe those are the only two I'm really looking at. Eventually, when we get to some of these further steps, I'll probably buy these anyways. I mean, $40 is a little pricey, but it's really not in the grand scheme of things for the development here and to get some quality animated assets to use. And I really like how they have their assets set up as far as you really just have to play one of their animations and they're already set up with the right style and kind of set up for this type of game where you have an attack animation, a die animation, idle. It does have walking animations, although we're not really using those so far. I mean, we're really just in a 2D combat turn-based simulator right now. Yeah, I'd like to get, I don't really know that I need this one. This is just more, it's almost like more equipment and weapons and stuff. It's not really anything new here. And in the future, anyways, I plan on incorporating some type of visual updates and graphics, like custom graphics for my own that will tie into this system. So it doesn't make sense that I really need more packs or more visuals that way. As long as all the underlying assets work together, that's kind of what I was going for here. All right, so let's kind of jump in real quick. I don't know why this keeps changing. It scrolled out even farther than it usually is. But anyways, I'm thinking, so I marked this one off the last time we had because we've really done the back end stuff and gotten it working. We can see the updates in the database as far as the skills for the hero that it's updating. So, for example, if we equip a weapon, it's showing updated stats and stuff based on the modifiers. Now, the one thing I just need to double check because it might still be kind of buggy and we haven't really done it yet is testing the actual combat of this. We're going to have to change a few lines of code in the combat because right now it's using the base stats values, and we actually want it to use the base stats plus the mod stats values. That way you are taking into account any of the modifiers on the equipment that's equipped. So we need to make those changes today. And we actually also want to change the UI. So let's see, do I still have this open? So over here on the left side here, we want to make this show all the stats, including the modified stats. Right now this is doing nothing. It's not updated yet for our game. But we want this to display all the core stats that we're using in the game over here. Show the base value and then show a plus and the amount that that base value is modified based on modifiers and equipment and stuff. So I did do some updates off camera. The last few days have been so busy that there was no chance to get in a streaming session to kind of do it that way, but I have hit it here and there, probably for 2 to 3 hours over the last week since the last time I streamed. So let me just kind of go over that real quick and give an update. Let me just restart the server because I don't know. It's been running for days. I probably didn't shut it down. So we'll restart the server real quick. I also went into the database, the item collection, like the scriptable object collection that the asset has, and I went into the database and updated the items with visuals that more accurately represented what they were. Before we were just using a couple test sprites and icons. So that looks a little bit cleaner for the 5 or 6 test items we have. All right, the server started. So let's start up the inventory scene. And you'll be able to see I updated the items to show the item info to show the modifiers per item. And I kind of just reorganized this screen so everything fits. Other than that, I don't think I did much on this screen, but I just wanted to kind of show that real quick. I think when we ended my last streaming session, we didn't quite get to that step. So you can see here, this looks a lot better. We can see all the modifiers that are on this item. We can still see all the same values we had before. I threw the item level kind of just up in the sprite area. And then the rest of the stats related to if it's a weapon or an armor. So armor has different stats up here. You still see the level, and since this is a lower level item, it only has 2 modifiers. But yeah, the background color, that's part of the asset we use, but that was good that it kind of links to the rarity of the item. So purple is kind of like an epic. I don't remember exactly what all these were. Level 1's probably common, level 5's probably a uncommon, or I can't even remember what we called it. But anyways, you can kind of see that this kind of all links to how other games do it, where we have several item rarities. The higher the rarity is, the more stats you're going to end up seeing on the item. I have an item level, and that kind of just ties into where these items would drop normally in the game. So this dragon armor that's level 50, you're not going to see that in a starting area, of course. It's just a test item. So the next thing I want to do is build out this section so it shows the update. So when we equip or remove items, we should be seeing the stats change over here as far as what the values are and what they'll be used in combat. So once we have that updated and we can see that that's working correctly, then we can go into the combat scene and update that and do a few little tests there to make sure that when items are equipped, it's showing those values are affecting combat. And the one other thing we have to do, because this is in its own scene, this is the inventory scene, we have to tie those together. So the combat scene, we already have a way where it kind of pauses. And when it's in pause mode, the inventory option should appear. I haven't determined yet how we're going to do that, but mainly from that scene, we're going to link to this scene, and then this scene will link back to the combat scene. And that should allow us to make some gear updates. And maybe it should only happen, it probably should only happen during in between combat. So before you start combat, maybe we'll have a flag that says combat hasn't started. And that's when you can actually equip and unequip items. But maybe once combat has started, it probably wouldn't make sense to allow the character to keep changing out their equipment. They could probably mess with the system if we did that, if we had certain items that allowed you to cast special skills or something that's gonna kind of abuse the system, and we don't really want that. So we will probably set this up where you can only equip and unequip before or after combat. Otherwise, if we wanted the ability to do it in combat, we could, but I would want to trigger some type of action time with it. So it would probably be like a 2 or 3 second action time to change equipment. And then maybe it can be strategically implemented into the combat. So that's an idea too. But yeah, this is all working. You can remove gear. You can see the visuals update. You can equip gear and it updates the visuals. It updates all this, and it is actually updating all the stats. We just don't have them displaying yet. So let's work on that. So this is in the inventory system. This is the hero stats section here. And right now there isn't a script that kind of manages this section, so we'll want to do that. Let me make sure I didn't already create one. I don't know if I did. Oh, I did. So I created this new hero stats info controller to kind of manage this section. So I did do a little bit of starting work for it. I haven't really built it out very far yet. So let's add that to the let's see. Let me make sure my sound is working. Yeah, it is. Should have tested that before I started talking, huh? All right. So we want to add this hero stats. Oh, what did I call it? Hero. I have saved it, right? I think it saves automatically. Hero stats info controller. And it's in the item scripts folder. Usually I can just start typing over here and it pops up. Hero stats. For some reason I'm not finding it. That's odd. Okay. Well, we'll just go find it down here. Item scripts. Hero stats info controller. And we're going to add this to this. Oh, there you go. That's why it's not showing up. I didn't make it a mono behavior. That'll do it. You can't attach scripts to Unity objects if they don't have the mono behavior. Unity 101 right there. Okay, so we're going to add this to that panel, this UI panel. Then we're going to start. I think we already added some values as far as referencing these text fields. And we're going to do very similar to how the item info tab works. So it has like a labels and a values, and it just creates a key value pair dictionary object to hold all that and then loop through it and create the values. So we should be able to do the same thing for this section. Hey, look at that. It shows right up when you turn it into a mono behavior. So let's add the stats, which is the labels, and let's add the values, which is the values. Hero ID gets set at runtime. Okay, let's see, that looks good. Let's save that so we don't lose those small changes. And now we're gonna go in here and we've already created this dictionary, and it's gonna loop through the hero unit stats and assign them to this. So we're just going to have to loop through each one that we want to appear in the order we want it to appear too. And we'll just start assigning these values. So yeah, because we don't really have this isn't something where we have a list set up, at least the way we currently have it. We're just going to have to do each one. So so we want to add strength. And how do I want to do this? So we want to assign the base value first. And we actually want to assign the base value and the modifier value in a different color. So we might have to create two different. Yeah, we're going to have to think about this because we almost want two different values here. We want the base value and the modifier value. So we need to think, how can we assign both of those? It's probably going to require an additional text field. Okay. So for now, let's pull in the base stat. So this should be hero unit dot get or dot common dot strength, base strength. Let's add all of the base values first, because I think we're going to have to do it this way. I don't think there's a way to change some of the values, some of the value of the string to a different color. At least not using the default Unity setup. I mean, I could probably build something custom, which I might have to. Let's just get all of these built out because we're going to need them all set up anyways. We got several things we're going to add here. And I might not even, I think we might want to add the hit point and magic points first before this section I'm building out. Let's do endurance next. And then we have agility. We have two more. We have speed. We have willpower and then speed. Let's do willpower first. And then speed. And let's test this before we get too much farther. And make sure this is working. Well, we don't have everything built out yet, but after we build it out, let's test it before we put in any more. We still have more stats we want to add and all the modifiers, but let's see if this much is working. So we have when it's started that this triggers, but we also want this to trigger We also want this to trigger on the event when the equipment is changed. So we can listen to that's in the inventory manager dot instance dot on inventory state changed. And we want to create a local function. And let's just rename this. Let's get rid of instance. Okay. And in here, we just need to also run this same update method. So that will make sure when we equip or unequip items that we're also updating the stats since they're going to change. Okay, that's good. Oh, that's inside of, I didn't mean to do it that way. It's inside of the start method. Excuse me. Okay, that should work. Now this is just updating the dictionary, but we'll have to do similar to what we did over here on the item info controller. And after we've added all the values, then you loop through. Or here we go. Here's what it's doing. So it just does a string join of all the values. And this is how I did the modifiers over there, which is different than what I want to do here. So we need to do the labels, text, string.join. And we're just adding a, the /n is just a kind of a return, a programmatic line break. So that's why each one of these will be on a separate line once this loads, and the same with the values. All right, so that should update the UI. So let's test this so far and see if we've updated this where this works. This initial amount anyways. We still have more to build out, but let's see if it looks okay. All right, push play. No, it's not working yet. Did I have any errors? Yes. Line 31. Oh, I didn't set, I haven't set the hero unit object. So where would this normally happen? I mean, normally this is going to happen when it started. This should get set to whichever hero was picked in the, like when we click through to open the inventory screen, it should also pass the hero unit through on the inventory manager. So let's check that. We might already have that. That's why I'm going to double check here. Inventory manager, we do. We have hero ID. Now we're not storing the actual hero unit object here. Should we? We probably should. That way the inventory manager kind of manages all the calls. I think that's the cleaner way to do this. Okay. So we're pulling the items. Let's also pull the, well, we're going to have to update this every time. Every time equipment's changed, we're also going to have to update the hero unit object. I don't know if I have that set up yet or not. Let's see. Let's check on the calls we made. Handle inventory state changed. We're updating the inventory. We're updating the equipped items. Okay. I don't think we've set up the hero themselves yet. So that's going to be one extra call here. So we need to get hero unit details after update. And this, so the update equipped call actually updates the hero unit. So once this is ran, then we have the updated data we want to pull back. So we have the hero unit here. So we should be able to hero unit equals game server dot instance dot hero client dot get hero info, and we need to pass the hero ID, which we have stored in a hero ID field. All right, so that should update the data for the hero every time the inventory changes. And we might just have to do this one time at start as well, so that when it starts, the default values show up. So let's put that up here. Let's see. I guess just up here next to the other pulls. Don't really need to comment there. You can tell what's going on. All right, so we're pulling the data when we start. It's stored. It says it's never used. Okay, that's fine. We're going to use it in a second here. So over here, we need to update that value. So hero unit equals game. We might not even have to set this. If we set it one time in the start function, it should link up. Hero unit equals inventory manager instance dot hero unit. I need to make a property for that. Getting a private set with, that's not set. I don't know what that is. I didn't type that. What is it doing? I don't know what just happened. Guess I wasn't looking and it was not typing what I was typing. Don't understand what just happened. Okay. Maybe I typed something wrong. I wasn't even. I think I typed property and not public over here. That might have been the wrong keyword for C#. All right. I think that's right now. So we should be able to set that. Should reference back to that one. So when it updates, this one should update. And then the trigger will trigger the actual updates to happen on the UI. All right, let's try this again. Hi guys, I didn't see your messages. Gotta figure out how to turn on a ping or something so I see those. How are you guys doing today? Okay, that still did not work. Let's see. We're still getting a null reference, so I'm still missing something. Update stats, which is running on start. I'm running it before I make the call. Let's be smarter. Make sure these are in the right order. It has been, I live in the Midwest US and it has been snowing. So this is a good day to be doing this because I do not want to get out in that mess. And actually, my daughter and my wife are both out doing some business stuff today, so it's quiet here. So this felt like a good day to try and get some updates in. All right, still line 32. It's actually line 20, which is in here. Oh, I'm actually running the update down here. Which isn't necessary because I'm also running it. I mean, I just added it, and I think this is the cleaner way to do it. Add it to inventory manager, add the update, and then let all the other objects just grab the data updates. So let's not make an update in the controller. Controllers probably shouldn't be updating the data, or at least the way I think about it. This does not have to be public either. Don't know why I set it as public. Hero unit. Inventory manager instance hero unit. And then we run the update stats. So it should have, well, this is probably a race condition thing. I'm trying to set this before it's actually triggered over here. So what did I do? I did this before. How did I fix this? Let's see. So this needs to happen. Yeah, this needs to happen later. That's the issue. Maybe I trigger this call at the end of the start method. After everything's run, after that yield return null. So see, I'm setting it up. Oh, I did trigger it. On inventory initialized. Okay. So let's just grab onto that one as well. Okay. And let's set that up. It's just a real quick, same thing as the other one. Just notice there's two ons on the other one. Not really what I wanted. So let's get rid of one of those. And this is going to do the same thing. This'll be where I set the unit and run the first update stat. And then this one should not have to set the unit. It's already set. Let's try that. That seems, the flow seems better now. We got to get out of this issue where we're running into stuff hasn't finished loading before it tries to load these other objects. Okay. Can I add your icons to your game? I'm sorry, guys. I'm pretty, this is a pretty tight budget one, so I don't have any funds to do anything. And I've been kind of working on the icons and sprites on my own anyway. So I do appreciate you asking, though. So thanks for that. So now we have the objects updating. So we got that working. We have the, now this is just the base stats. And we'll have to move this over a little bit so that we have room to add the modifier stats to the right of these stats. But so far, that looks good. That's doing what we wanted. Okay, good. Now, how do we add those modifiers? I'd really like them to be in green, like they are on the item info tab. I guess it's not that hard. Really, when we're creating the first... Well, it might be, though. Let's see. Let's look at the code. How that part's working. So it's... We have kind of like a pair here, and that's what keeps them in the right order. If we start adding the modifiers in their own string array or string list, that could get messy. But I mean, in all honesty, we can just overlap the labels field and that would hopefully keep it all together, maybe? I mean, we still have instead of an object, could I make this into just a custom? It'll be a custom object that will have the base value and the mod value. That wouldn't be that hard, right? So it would be a really small script here. We would call it let's see, we could call it stat value. It's a stat value, and inside the stat value you have a you have a you have a base value and you have a mod value. And we also need those to be accessible. Since this is just a quick accessible utility class, we'll make these public. So we can set and get those values out of this. So then over here, instead of passing object, let's pass a stat value. And then here, we might need to create a new, or a constructor. Public stat value, int base, int mod, and I guess we shouldn't use base because that's a keyword. Base value, mod value. And just say base value equals that, mod value equals that. Let's put these above just for consistency's sake. Okay, that looks better. So now we can do a new stat value, and we're passing in the base value, and then we're going to pass in the mod strength. There we go. So now we have all the values passing into the dictionary object, which is good. All right. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to build these out, just these first 6, and then do another test run to make sure it's working. We'll still have to add another. Why didn't that save my new word? I typed new. We're going to have to create another text Unity object to store the mods, and we'll have to position them correctly. Endurance. Okay. Every once in a while, the IntelliSense AI stuff kicks in, and it makes it easier for me here. It's thinking, not thinking fast enough. There it goes. Alright, so that updates all of those. And then we're going to have one more down here called mods. Okay. And And this is going to be values dot base. No. It's just not going to work the way I wanted it to here. Just trying to get all of them at the same time, isn't it? So we might just have to rewrite this section to do something else. So values.text equals for each stat value values. So we want to add the base value and then add the /n through each loop. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing for the other one. Actually, we don't have to do a second loop. Okay, we can do mods.text equals stat.mod value /n. Okay. Maybe. Now we have to, like I mentioned before, we're gonna have to adjust this a little bit. We're gonna have to add another values column. So let's duplicate this. Let's name this mods. In the hero stats, let's attach mods to the new reference. So it's done loading here. Okay, we'll throw the mods text object in there. And then we're going to take this. Actually, we're going to take the values and we're going to push it into, let's say, right about here. Is that going to be good? And then we'll leave the mods off to the side. And I want to change the color of the mods to match this one over here. Let's check what that color was. We'll match them up. So the mod labels are 00FF3B. Okay. 00FF3B. All right, so there's the color we want. And we also want to add a plus in front of that, I think. In the text view or whatever, in the visual. So we could do plus a space, the value, and then the hard return. Okay. Is that all we need? Maybe. Let's save this. We don't want to lose those changes we just made to the scene. And let's try it and see what happens. That might be everything we need. I'm not positive. Now, I don't know if we've actually modified any of the base stats, though. So those, it might be all zeros. Well, strength came up, but none of the other ones came up. What does that mean? Did I have any errors? Let's check that first of all. We did still have an error. Null reference. It's still in the update stats method. Which line in update stats though? Line 38. Is it saying hero unit as null? I don't think so. Are any of the values null in the database? I think that could cause this. If instead of zeros they have nulls. I thought I fixed that, but let's double check. Yeah, they're all zeros, so they're not null. Now, none of the values that we're passing in have any bonuses yet. So we might have to add some of these additional, the HP, MP, damage, and attack speed look like, and defense. Those look like the ones that I've built out in the test data so far. So we probably should add these additional values. We also need to add we want to know what the attack damage is based on the weapon and not what I have typed in here. And I don't think I have that updated either. So when they equip a weapon, the damage value should change based on the weapon that was equipped. And I don't think I've actually updated that yet. Otherwise, this should like default to a punch or something if there's no item or weapon equipped, and it should the values of that should be based off of eventually it'll be based off of like their strength or something as far as how much damage a regular punch would do. Okay, so what am I missing here? Why is it saying null reference? Because there's definitely data in this field. And it's getting mad on this line. But this is the first line that actually tries to pull the hero unit. So it runs. It assigns this based on the inventory manager. And then it runs the update stats. And this should not run until everything in the start method over here has run. And the hero unit is assigned way up here. So I guess my question is, why isn't that working? Hero unit can only be set here, which is what we want. But it is accessible publicly. So that should be fine. Frequently called. Is that a bad thing? On inventory initialized, invoke. I tap into that here. We know that's running because that's where the reference, that's where the error is happening. Right? Oh, shoot, it reloaded. I don't even remember changing anything, but let's try to run that again. I want to see what line items those were on to make sure I'm reading the flow of this correctly. Line 21, and then goes to line 38. Oh, we don't want update stats to run on start anymore. I think that's the issue. We want it to run after this gets triggered. I bet that's all I needed to do. Let's try this again. Yeah, because it might not be done loading by the time that gets triggered. And then the hero unit is still null. So that makes sense. It makes sense why it's getting mad. And run this again. Should not have any reference, no reference errors down here now. We're still... Now we're still not getting all of the values. I feel like there should be a +0 next to all of these. We're not getting, our loop's not working. That's what's happening. Okay, let's look and see what I did wrong here. For each stat in values, there should be 6 values. They're not stacking on top of each other, are they? Let's do a quick debug in here to make sure, or actually, we can just do it above here. We can say there are that many values. Let's make sure there's 6 entries, first of all. I don't think they're stacking because I know the attribute values are not all the same. And we would be able to see like overlapping numbers here if it was all stacking. So I don't think that's the issue. I think it's not getting all 6 of these for some reason. I have a feeling it's going to say 1 entry. Although all the other label values work, so I guess it's not just 1 entry. I don't know. It's confusing. All right, 6 values. So it should be looping through that 6 times. Okay. For each stat in values, so 6 loops through text equals... Oh, I see what we're doing. Duh. We're not appending this, we're rewriting it every time through the loop. Okay. That was a quick fix. Let's test this one more time, and I'm feeling more confident every time I fix a bug. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. All the base stats are showing up, and then all of the mod values are showing up on the right of it here. And there's no modded attributes yet. Eventually, I'm going to add some more random item attributes, and those will be included, but I haven't included them yet. And these stats aren't even affecting anything in the game yet either. So that's why I haven't messed with them. Eventually we're going to add more. So strength should affect damage, intelligence should affect magic damage, endurance will affect hit points, stuff like that. But I haven't added any of that yet. Okay, so let's add the other, now that we've got that working and it looks good, let's add the other elements. And some of these do have stat updates, so we should be able to see it. So before those, I want to add the HP and MP, I think. So for this one, it'll be base HP. And then this will be mod HP. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing for the mana points. Okay. There's HP and mana and MP. And then we'll do the other ones underneath here. Let's double check what we have. So we still have damage, attack speed, defense, resist, and block. And I want to also show the regular damage. So we'll have to, that's kind of like a exception to this normal setup. So we'll have to figure out how to do that last, I guess. For now, we'll just add these additionals. So we have damage. And there's no base damage. I guess this is where I need to adjust this. I guess this first value can be the low damage and high damage. Low damage plus high damage. That might actually work for the whole thing. Okay. And then the other value will be the mod damage. And it's not happy about that though, because we're not passing an integer in this way. Yeah, that's not gonna work. For now, we'll just pass in 0. And then we're going to have to adjust that and figure out how to pass that in the way we want to. I'm not sure yet. I guess that doesn't have to be... These don't have to be integers. We're not doing anything with this except for displaying the values. So what if we just change this to strings, does that break the code? Or will it still compile? I mean, can we just assign toString to that, or? That's aggravating that I have to. But I guess this could work. Could have wrapped it in a different object too, I guess. This'll work though. It's not clean, but it's working. You're just passing strings instead. Since we're displaying it, that makes sense what we're doing here. Since we're referencing number objects, we need to convert them to strings. And then down here, we can do what I was doing before. So we can switch back to the unit dot common dot low damage toString plus unit dot common dot high damage toString. Now, why is it getting mad on those? Do I not need it for these for some reason? Don't know why. Okay, and then we need a toString on the mod damage. Okay. Now we have to do the rest. So we have attack speed. And this one comes across in milliseconds, right? And we don't want milliseconds. We want same thing over. We did the same thing over here. Let's find it. Is this the right one? No. This one. Item info controller. Attack speed. So we need to do the same thing we did here. Let's copy that. No, it's not exactly the same. But mainly what we're doing is we're floating the attack speed, dividing it by 1,000, and then switching to string with format of F2. So we're going to float that. And then we're going to divide by 1,000. We're going to do the whole thing to string with format F2. Okay, and am I missing a quotation or a parentheses? Maybe. Oh, it's not. It's complaining about the other object here. We're going to have to do the same thing over here, right? I have to do the float. And then we're going to divide that by 1,000. We're going to do a toString. Yeah, I think it's complaining because I didn't do that. Okay, that big long mess, I doubt that's going to work on the first try. The other ones should be easy. They are defense. These are just regular numbers like the other ones were. And then just and block. All right, what a mess. Let's see if all of these work. Now we should see some modified values now based on the equipment equipped. And if we remove the equipment, everything should go back to zeros if the test works correctly. I have a feeling I have at least something broken, especially on that attack speed formula. That looked messy. Damage looks good. 2 to 6. That doesn't look good. But I don't think I'm updating it. I need to update the in the server, I need to update the damage based on the weapon equipped. And then the attack speed is 2.8, but over here it says 0. Let's look at the database. Let's see if it's pulling the wrong data from the database or if the database isn't right. So we're looking at Bob. So attack speed is 0 on Bob for some reason. So that's an issue. When we equip a weapon, it should adjust the base attack speed Still snowing outside. Man, it's cold in this house. Alright, so the damage mod of 10. The attack speed and the damage are the two that are all wonky. Everything else looks pretty accurate. I mean, the mod of attack speed of 7,021. Let's see what the items themselves say. So this one says attack speed bonus 112. This one says attack speed bonus 103. So it should be a total of 215 attack speed is what that value should note. And then it should divide that by 1,000. So it should really say 0.2. 0.20, I guess. Or 0.21 or something like that. So I don't know what I have going on, but this is way off. And it's way off on the server side, though. So we need to adjust something in this server here. Update hero stats. We get down to damage and attack speed. Those are the two that we have to figure out. So set mod attack speed. Let's make sure that's zeroing out in this call. That's not what I meant to do. I want to go to where that's at. We're setting it, it's a long, we're setting it to 0L. That's not the mod attack speed. That's part of the issue. That might be the whole issue for that part of it, because it might be adding it over and over and over again to that without deleting it to 0. All right, so that fixed that bug. Now, up here where this is called, look, we're looping through the equipment. We need to do one extra thing here. It doesn't have to be in the loop, because this is based on the mods. All right, do we even have... We don't even have a call for the actual equipment. This is just the mods. Yeah, we're missing a piece here. So this should say, well, it's still fine what it's doing, but we're actually missing an entire part. So we're missing these base values. They're not getting set anywhere on armor or weapons. So these base values need to be set to the base values for the hero. Like, I just hard coded some values in here for testing, but in all honesty, those should be zeros, and then they should be affected by the stuff that's equipped. Plus, eventually it'll be updated by the base stats up here. So if they have more agility, that might increase their defense. If they have more willpower, it might increase their resist. Okay, so we actually are missing a whole section in our update stats in the server side here, is what's happening. We're not looking at the hero stats themselves, we're only looking at the modifiers. So that is an issue, and we need to pull all the equipped items as well. So right now we're just pulling the mods for the equipment, and we created a view in the database to do this. So we can look over here and see I made an equipped mods. Let me close all this. I got too much open. So if we run this equip mods, you can see this is just related to the mods on the items, but I created this equip detail view as well, and this will give us the actual items that are equipped per hero. So if I make my call, pass in hero ID so I only get the items on the hero we're on, then all of a sudden we have all these base values that we can assign. So that's what we're missing here. We need to run the equip detail pull and have those objects to loop through and update the base stats. Those are kind of tied to base stats, and there's not many. There's just the 5 stats. There's damage, attack speed, defense, resist, and block. Those are the 5 base stats that can be modified by equipment. The others are considered mod stats. Okay, so we want to do a list of, I don't remember what those were. Let's look. What did I call it? Equip detail, DB. We'll call this equipped items. All right, so there's that. We have that list. And we need to do the same thing we did for the mods. We're going to loop through this new list. Okay. I'm going to go close my door. Maybe it'll get warmer in here. Cold. I'm cold. So we're going through the list of items. What do we got to do here? Because we need to know if it's a weapon slot or an armor slot. So we're going to have to do our little switch statement here based on the item slot. So switch equipped item dot get equipped slot. Is that all we need? What's stored in there? Weapon or armor. Okay, that's good. So equip slot. Let's do the 2 uppercase because even though my code should normally only make it lowercase, we don't want to take a chance. Okay. So we have a weapon, have an armor case that can happen. And go ahead and put our default in as an error. They log an error that says not find item slot type in update hero stats. All right. Now, for the weapon, we need to update attack speed and damage. So this will be hero.set low damage equipped item get low damage, set high damage, equipped item dot get high damage, set attack speed, equipped item dot get attack speed. Let's see, that is a long. We provided an integer. So let's change that because that's not correct. This is not an integer. This is a long. Okay. And then for the armor, we need to set defense. And you know what we should be doing? The weapon I think will be fine. It should overwrite. But for armor, how do we... What if we... Once we get this set up, we're going to have more than one armor item. And what we're doing right now is overriding these values. So what do we do here? We say... Up here, maybe we do a int armor value. We start at 0. Resist value, we start at 0. Block value, we start at 0. And then down here, instead of setting these, let's just adjust those values. So armor value, I said armor, I need to make that defense. I don't know why I keep doing that. That's very confusing when I name two different things. Armor, defense value plus equals hero dot get, not hero, equipped item dot get defense. And then resist value, equipped item get resist, block value, equipped item get block. All right. And then once we're through the for loop, we can set those three actually in the database entry. So we'll do hero.set defense, hero.set resist, and block. Okay, so those three get set up there because there's only one weapon slot currently. Eventually that might need to change too, but I don't know how we're gonna code that yet. If a hero has two weapons, like a dual weapon setup, we'll have to figure out how to make that work. It'll probably involve an additional field, you know, like an offhand damage, offhand low damage, offhand high damage, and then those would get set with the secondary offhand weapon and offhand attack speed. But we don't have that yet. We'll code that later. So this is setting those three. This is setting these three. And even though we only have one armor item right now, this should still work. We're just setting this up for the future when we have more slots than just the armor. We're going to have boots, belt, gloves, stuff like that. Shield. Okay, so that sets the base values in the database. That might be enough. Let's try it and just see what happens. We're going to restart the server. And the one thing I'm thinking in my head that might not work correctly is if you equip a weapon or an armor and then you unequip it without putting something in its place, is it going to clean up these values? It might not. Because right now, if there's not something equipped, it's not going to go through this loop and reset these values. All right, let's see. I think I'm right in thinking that. Well, we'll be able to see that bug pretty quickly, I think, if I'm correct. Okay. Okay, all the values are there, but they're inaccurate, but that's because we haven't actually ran an update. Now we do have some mods showing those look accurate. The damage, attack speed, defense, resistant, block are not accurate for these items. So let's remove this. Let's equip this crappy sword. It should be 1 to 6 damage, 3.5 attack speed. So let's try that and see what happens. No, we did not get... We don't have any errors, but we also did not get what we expected. Now let's check the database, because maybe it didn't actually do what we thought. We need to look at the hero stats. That actually looks right. So we got 1 to 6, 3,500. Isn't that what I said? Yeah. 3,500 divided by 1,000 is 3.5 seconds. So it did update the database correctly, but this isn't working. So we got the server side to look good now. What does the mod, I don't understand this one either. So let's look at the mod attack speed. Mod attack speed is 103, which is probably accurate. Because the only mod then is the one off of the armor. There's no mod for attack speed on the sword. So that is accurate in the database. And then the damage, we already said that's good in the database, but it's also not good over here. The plus 10 is right, but that's just the mod damage attribute on the plus 5 there. Oh, wait, that's not accurate either. Plus 5 on the damage bonus. Let's try to remove this next. Let's equip this easier one without so much going on. I don't know if these are updating. These numbers are not changing. I don't think my event is triggering to update this. So let's check that. Let's see what we got going on here. We might is it not referencing correctly? Let's see if we just reset that, if that does anything different. Because this, so when this is called on inventory state changed, it should be updating that before it sends the trigger, right? Let's double check. Where's that call at? Notify. What's going on here? Handle inventory state changed. Um, This triggers on this action. I don't usually do it this way. Normally I only trigger the actions through an invoke on the class they're created on, and then they are listened to on others. I'm listening to the same on inventory state changed. Let me check the this one. That actually equips the item. No. What was that? That was inventory base, I think. Yeah, equip. On equip, invoke. And then this gets triggered by, which one was it? The workshop, the workspace? I don't remember. I don't see this one listening. Oh, what do I got going on here? Move item. Okay, so here's where it's calling. Inventory manager gets called at the bottom of the move item script. Notify inventory state changed is what's called. So every time an item's changed, notify inventory state change is called. That invokes on inventory state changed in this method. And then I'm listening to my own method in this class and running handle inventory state changed. Updating server with updated inventory and equipment. So that should be triggering in my logs. That's going to delete them all. Oh, I wish it would quit snowing. My family is not in town. They're going to have to drive home in the snow. Okay. Sorry, my daughter's having car issues and I'm trying to text her. She lives in Florida, which is too far for me to drive. I'm trying to help her through the process so she doesn't lose a ton of money to a mechanic on easier diagnostic things. Now see, when I just restarted this, these values look right. But it might be because it ran that first time. So if I remove this, it should remove the defense and resist values. And I don't think I've coded that correctly on the server yet. So that kind of makes sense. But if I equip this item, it should change those values. It didn't quite work right. It did zero them out, but for some reason it didn't assign the 2, the 4, and the 1 to these values. Those should be the base values. So we're close, but we're not quite there yet. And this is actually, so for the attack speed, although this is like the exception of the rule, you want less attack speed. So this is actually going to remove this much speed, not add it. I don't know if there's a way I can show that more accurately. I mean, there is, I'm sure there's a way I can. I'm just saying I should try to display that more accurately so people don't think they're actually making it take longer. The damage says +5, and there's a +1 on this item. There's a +5 here. So yes, the whole remove and equip stuff's just not transferring correctly. Now if I restart it, I think I'll see +6 on the damage bonus because I think it calculates correctly initially, but then as I do updates, it's not showing in the UI correctly. That seems to be what's happening here. Yeah, see, and all these values also updated correctly. So we're close, but the update side of things isn't working. So the way I can tell this is if I equip this, let's do a test here. If I equip this, it should be 25, 35, and 8. Or 35, 25, and 8. I'm sorry, over here. And it's not. But let's check the database and see if it's accurate. Because I don't think it's going to be accurate over here either. Although I could be wrong. Something's happening here. I just don't know what it is yet. 35, 25, and 8. So the database is updating correctly, except in this case that I'm going to show right now. If I remove this, I bet those values aren't going to zero out. Well, that was weird. Now they jumped up. But I bet in the database, they're still 35, 25, and 8 like it's shown on the screen. Let me rerun the query. No, they're not. They're zeroed out. They are zeroed out. I don't remember doing that, but let's remove. What happens if I remove the weapon to the weapon stats? That caused an error on the server. It's mad because there's no items in the. There's no items here. Okay. We got a few little bugs here we need to work through. I am going to take a quick 15-minute break and I will be back, guys. I will be back around, we'll say 12:15. Food. Got some leftovers from yesterday. Turn this off. All right. So the first issue we had was, or one of the issues anyways, we need to make sure there's items in the equip detail. And we need to zero those values out. So the reason the armor worked was because we zero them out. We just need to do the same thing for the damage. So low damage, high damage, and attack speed. All right. So we got those set. Now down here, we need to set them that way. Okay. Then we need the high damage. And then we need the attack speed. I don't know. I'm doing this plus equals. I really just need to do equals because these aren't going to work the same as armor where it's additive. Let's change that. All right. Get rid of those last two. And up here, before this even runs through the loop, we have to make sure the size is greater than 0 before it does this loop. Okay, so all the values are zeros. Then we make sure it's greater than 0. If we have any equipped items, then it loops through them and adjusts those values. And then down here, it sets them. So we need hero.set low damage, set high damage, and set attack speed. All right, so that should fix the issue with unequipping items and not putting one in their place. And also, if there's no gear equipped, it shouldn't error out. I'm gonna restart the server and run a test again to see where we're at, if we fixed any of these issues. So far, all that looks right. It's like the call is happening before the update. The call to the stats, the hero stats. Because as soon as I removed that armor that I just equipped, it showed the stats for it. And then when I did equip it, it didn't show the stats for it. So I'm thinking we have another race condition scenario where the call hasn't happened yet, and we're trying to update the values before we receive the response back. Because I think the database is correct now in all scenarios, probably. Right now it's showing the sword is equipped and no armor is equipped in the database. And now it should show that dragon armor is equipped. And it does. So yeah, the database update part is working. So now we just need to look at, like I said, that call's happening before it's done, before we receive the response. I need to figure out how to use this so that it waits before it does the invoke. Or this one doesn't even do the invoke. That's the issue, isn't it? I don't know what I set up here. This doesn't look right. The inventory manager should be the one invoking the call. And it should not be listening. It can be listening to this one, which is tied to the inventory state. On inventory state changed. Triggers handle inventory state change. All right, so let's do this differently. Let's just call. Can I call that from this one even though it's an IEnumerator? Or does that get mad as well? I think it's probably going to get mad as well. And let me do that again. Ah, darn it. So what I want to happen, I want that to run. I don't want it triggered off of its own call like that. Any listener should be outside of this object. Otherwise, I can just call it directly like I'm doing. It should wait to invoke it until this is done. So let me look on ChatGPT. Let's do a new chat. Let's see. I want to say, how can I yield until a IEnumerator method has finished running in Unity 3D? Has to also be an IEnumerator. Is that going to give us issues? I don't know. Yield, return. I don't know what it means. I think this whole architecture is a little off, so I'm just doing a little bit of research here to understand what I need to do the right way. wait until and I need to set some kind of Boolean value to this. Wait until what? Wait until wait until updated items not equal to null and hero unit not equal to null. Will that work? Although hero unit won't be null after the first pass. Hmm. It's wrapping my call and it's setting up an action that triggers. Hmm. 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 This is messy. I need this code to wait until all RPC calls are done processing before it invokes the on inventory state changed. Here's the code currently have, although it is not working. All right, let's see what that does. I haven't really tried the changes I made, I guess, but I highly doubt these are working. It's probably going to error up before it even runs. All right, if we remove this, it does not update. So it's just not waiting. But if I re-equip it, I bet all these go to zeros because that's what it is right now in the database. No, it didn't. It made a liar out of me. Well, now nothing's updating though, so I don't know what happened here. All right. Those methods are synchronous. And by the time execution reaches yield return, updated items in hero unit are already non-null. It means the wait until condition is true on the very first check. There is no real waiting. Also, since updated items is just a local variable, nothing can change it later from a callback anyways. So we need to restructure this. The thread is already blocked until the calls finish because we're not using a coroutine. Simplify this to put this at the bottom of this to invoke. I don't want a coroutine wrapper if I don't need it. All right, so handle inventory state changed is not a higher numerator, so let's change that. Let's change it back to void is what it's saying. And it says get rid of this. This is just grabbing the old value though, isn't it? Oh no, it's the hero client call. Never mind. We're not doing anything with this, so let's get rid of that again. did I break up here? Got too many stuff going on. So this is gonna just change back to void as well. Actually, this just needs to be handle inventory state changed. And in the workspace where it calls it, it needs to change to that, and we just need to get rid of this extra call. We just have like an extra call going on that's not necessary. And then back in the inventory manager, we can delete this guy, but let's pull this out because we're going to use this at the very end of this one, like it said. Get rid of this. If these are all synchronous, they should finish before the next line goes, if I'm understanding correctly. Okay. Once it's done with all those updates, then it does on inventory state changed. It invokes that action. Okay. And that's grabbed over here in my stats controller. It grabs the reference. And then it runs update stats. I mean, it looks like it should work. I thought I already had it set up this way though before I started tinkering with it. But maybe not. Let's just double check. When we remove armor or equip armor, we should be seeing updates to the stats as soon as it equips. And for some reason that's not happening. So that's what we're debugging here. Okay. They're correct. Now let's try to remove this. It looks like it worked. The defense bonus is coming from the weapon. Let's try this other item now. 241. Here we go. Okay, I guess I didn't have it set up this way because now it's working. Let's try to equip a weapon directly over the other one. So this should switch to 24 to 45, 3, and I don't know what the attack speed bonus will be. It'll be like 0.15 or something like that. Cool. Very cool. I think we got it. Okay, we have the right values now. The one other thing I want to add here that I'm noticing is kind of hard to tell. Once you click into this inventory screen, there's no indicator of which character you're on or just any of the base info about the character, like the level, the class. So I think I'm going to get rid of their little logo here. And then I'm going to move all this stuff down and make the hero name, level, and class up here at the top. What else? Is there anything else I should include? Name, level, class. I think those are the only three that we need. that we're kind of missing. The XP, we can include the XP so people know where. And we can probably include which spot they're in the battle row. We don't really have to do that on this screen. That's not the right spot for it. So we'll include hero name, level, and class. So that should be a really quick fix here just to kind of make it look a little nicer. So first of all, I want to get rid of that little hippo thing. Just don't need it. It'd be confusing at this point to know what that means. And then on the hero stats, we're going to take and move these down. Not far. Probably about right here. And then the values and the mods need to match up. And I probably should be making these shorter so they don't bleed over. Although I don't think they will. We don't have that many stats. Okay. And then let's do a, let's make the name kind of show up like the item name over here. So we could just real quickly copy that. Duplicate it, I mean. And move it in up here. We'll call this hero name. And then we need to move it here. And then let's do another copy. We'll just copy the stats or duplicate it. We'll call this hero level class. Let's not use that slash. That might mess with something. Let's even use a space. Hero level class. Okay. And if we move this up, let's change the text first of all. This is just going to say hero level class. All right, so let's adjust this up. Let's center this. Let's make it bold maybe, just so it's a little, I don't like bold. Let's just make it a little bigger. So let's make it size 36. Just slightly bigger. All right. Okay. Then we need to update our controller to have values for those two new. The one is hero name, and one is hero level class. Okay. Let that recompile real quick and we'll attach those to their proper references. Okay, hero name, hero class. All right, now back over here in the code and our update stats, we should be able to do two quick updates here for that. So we'll say hero name text equals hero unit dot common dot name. And then we'll do hero level class dot text equals level space plus hero unit dot common dot level plus space plus hero unit dot common dot. I don't think we actually have a class value yet, do we? Do we? Yeah, we do. Hero class. It's right there. But that's under the not common. That's the other thing. That's why I'm not seeing it. Hero dot job. There we go. All right. That, and then we also wanted to add XP, didn't we? XP, and there was two other ones. Oh no, there wasn't. That was it. These were the other ones. So let's also add XP just so it's there. Let's put it as the first element up here. And this can go in the normal stat section. Just say experience points, new stat value. Oh wait, this isn't the same thing. This doesn't have a way to be modified. So do we need one more section then? Yeah, because eventually I'm probably going to add something that says to next level as well. So it'll be a little bit separate than the rest of these items. So let's make one more text field. We'll just get, we'll copy off of stats. We'll duplicate it. We'll name it XP. Move this up. And we'll adjust this. And we're running out of space, aren't we? Gonna have to move those other ones down. So stats, value, mods. Can I just do them all together? I think. And then XP. Gonna say something like XP or experience points. We don't need the other thing yet. Let's see. Will that work? Or do I want to set it up like the other one? I think I want to set it up like the other thing where there's two tables here. So this will just say experience points. And then we'll set up another, we'll call this XP label. And then we'll create this other one called XP value. Okay. And this one will just read like a number. And it needs to be right aligned. There we go. That'll work. Experience points. So the XP value is what I want to assign in the class. Public text XP value. And down here, we'll just do XP value dot text equals hero unit dot common dot XP. That did not work. Oh. It did work. Okay. So we have that. And we have to assign it into that new value now. All right. There it is. Attach that. Okay, let's run this one more time. Save it and run this one more time. See if this looks a little bit better. We're also going to have to put a button over here that says return or something at the bottom of this section probably. There we go. That looks good. Yeah, I think I'm going to put the button right here. And it's just going to say return. Maybe move this up slightly because the return button, if I make it the same size as this one and the same height, it's going to be squished. And then the return will go back to the combat scene. So we make all the updates here. It updates the database. So as far as that working, we don't have to pass any of that data back to the combat scene. It's just going to update. And then once we get back to the combat scene, it should do its own update where it updates the stats. And then when you unpause combat, it should continue with these new values. And then eventually, like I said, we're not going to allow that to happen during combat. But for now, as we're testing, we're going to do that. And that way we can see that the changes we're making are affecting combat like it should be. Okay, so let's do that. Let's add the button. And we want to move the stats, values, and mods lightly. Let's do it right here, and then let's go up right about there. And then over here in the item info, the buttons, we'll just duplicate this button. We're going to rename this to return. We're going to change the text to say return. And then we're going to grab this button and drag it over and try to make it stay at the same height. Okay. And the coloring, what color should return be? I don't know. I don't know. Right now we're using a button green source image. What other button colors do we have? Blue? Red? Let's use blue. Okay. Let's see. I didn't set anything on that return button yet as far as the action, but let's just see what it looks like. If it's overlapping, if it's too close. No, I think that looks fine. All the stats are there. The updates are happening correctly. Yeah, that looks good. All of our values are transferring into the hero unit so that they will work in combat. Okay, so let's define this return method. What does it need to return? Does it need to return anything? That's the question. Because some of the stuff should already be set. Like the combat ID, which is what Combat Manager needs, should already be set in the player prefs. So I don't think we need to do anything but just go to that other scene. All right, so let's go to, we'll just put it on this, since it's kind of tied to the same box, we'll put the call on the hero stats info controller. Why do I have two levels here? What did I do? That's the class. Oh, that's the namespace. I always forget about that namespace level in C#. Okay. So in here, we want to have a call called return to combat. Or maybe I should just say return to previous scene. Right now, it will only go to combat, but maybe eventually you could use your inventory in the dungeon and we'll somehow set this up where it works correctly and returns the right way. So turn to previous scene. And this is that the state is actually saved in the combat. Is it the combat or is it the game? One of the tables here. It's not game. Is it player? It's player. So see here, it already tells you which scene it should return to. So we can use this combat game state, or player game state, I mean, to determine which scene to return to. So let's see if we can figure out how to do that correctly so we don't have to hit this again and forget what we were doing. So we have a player ID getting passed in. So in the start, we just need to probably grab a reference to the player. So player. And then down here, kind of the same way we did these other instance calls, we'll do the player call as well. We'll just say player equals game server dot instance dot player client dot get player by which one is it? I mean, right now I said I'm going to pass in player ID, but I also have game ID, so does it matter? We'll just do game ID. Okay, and this is the response object, so we just need to do dot player to get the player object out of that. Okay, so once we have the player, then in our call down here that we were working on, oh, it's not in the inventory manager, I'm sorry. It's over here in Hero Stats Controller. We'll just do a switch. Inventory manager instance dot player dot game state. Case combat. Case dungeon. Case. I don't know what the other case was. Did I even define them yet? I think I did, because I was working on kind of a startup script, a startup thing. Let's look real quick, see if we can find it. Where did I put it? It's not in the RPCs. Start game. This one, I bet. There we go. So player dot game state. That's right, I made it an enum. So base, combat, or dungeon are the three states. So this should read player dot. Oh, it already does. I did that correctly, but this part needs to say game state dot combat. Game state dot dungeon. Base. All right, so those are the three states. So this is the only one we have ready to go to define. And really all we want to do is use the scene manager, load the combat scene back in. And then it should hook and do what it needs to do. It should do what it needs to do to return combat correctly. Okay. I think that's all we need, but we need to make this, make sure that it's using this new method now. It's not yet because it says it's uncalled. Man, my hands are cold. It's so cold outside today. Okay. The return button. Switch this to, I can just pull it in. The return button is not in the right spot. I need to pull it up into the hero stats section. And then I need to take hero stats in here. The controller, return to previous scene. Let's save all those changes. Save the project as well. Let's see what happens. We'll make a couple changes and then we'll return to the scene and see if it jumps back to the combat scene. And it might not. We might have to set up the build stuff. Sometimes it gets mad when you switch scenes and it's not all in the build correctly. So zeroed out. Oh, that one's still giving an error when we try to remove it all in the server side. It's getting mad at line 77. which is actually on line 127 here. Okay, so if there's no items, we can't get index 0. This isn't going to work without an item the way I have it. Because that's how we're triggering the hero ID is off of an item. Okay, I see the issue. So the update equipped request also needs the hero. We're going to have to change a few things here. All right, so under item, we need the hero that's getting updated. Because there's a scenario where there's no equipped items, and that's the issue we're running into. Okay. Let's regenerate that real quick so that it has the additional hero ID in it. I said real quick, but this actually takes a minute. How was everybody's Thanksgiving? See a few people on. We had lots of food here, and actually Thanksgiving Day was not bad weather at all. It just turned bad today. So there was no travel concerns. My heater is trying to keep up, and it's not doing a good job today because I'm freezing. I don't know when my family's coming home from their stuff today. My daughter's working, and my wife is working on her side business. Oh, sorry guys, my daughter is texting me again. I missed it. That's done. We should be able to update the calls now so that they're using hero ID instead of the value in the equipped item. Which means we can also get rid of this. But let's make this update first and then we'll get rid of this and clean up the proto. And then we'll send it across the wire to the Unity side and clean that side up as well. All right, so update equipped request is right here. And we want to say updating equipped for, and instead of grabbing the hero ID that way, we're just going to use it. That's part of this. That won't be null. And then here's another part. We're just getting the hero ID, so this needs to all be changed. This one here as well. Okay, one more. Okay, so that'll fix the null reference error issue when there's no items. Okay. So I want to take out, I want to take hero ID off of this object now. I don't think we need it. Unfortunately, we have to regenerate this real quick, which is not real quick. It takes a minute. Brr. Cold. My furnace has been messing up, but I actually think I still have it running just fine right now. Man, I hope it doesn't go out today. Needs to stop snowing. Cannot find symbol. Okay, what did I do there? Equipped item. Oh, that's right, because I just told it to get rid of it. Set hero ID. Where's this at? Is this in my request? Yeah. So that just needs to read request dot get hero ID. All right, I missed that one. I gotta run this again. There might be other spots I was using it too, but we need it to trigger and tell us where those are at so we can fix them. Oh, it does. I still have a red down here. If item dot get hero ID is less than or equal to 0, return false. What? Okay, I don't need that anymore because I took hero ID out. Are there any more errors showing up before I run this again? No. So I think it's going to work this time. Okay. That's good. Now let's clean up the Unity side by running this command again to update the proto files for Unity. I don't know that we're using that anywhere on the Unity side, but it'll probably error out now if it was. That should have fixed our null reference when we have no items equipped though, after doing all of that. So let's start the server and retest. We want to make sure when we have no items equipped that we don't cause any issues. All right, server's running. Need to stop this and restart it. Oh, we do have some issues now. Okay. All right. So equipped item append or equipped data dot append. Well, that was just when we were creating some logging. So let's just get rid of that. That'll clean it up a little bit in the logs anyways. I do have to see this down here though. We don't need to set that anymore. But we do need to update the call. Wherever that's at. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this debug. That was all tied to when we were having issues with the equip stuff working, and we've worked through all those issues, so we don't need these debugs anymore. This looks okay, but the item, Let's close all this out. We got too much open. All right, so the item client should not be working. I don't think. Update equipped items. We're passing a list of items, but we also need to pass the hero ID here. So we need to push long hero ID. And then down here, this needs to say hero ID equals hero ID for the request. The rest of this should be okay, but that should have broken our calls in the inventory manager class. Okay. So right here, we just need to pass the hero ID as well. Okay. Don't see any other errors. All right, here we go. Let's see, we want to see the ability to add and remove all items. And then we want to test the return button and make sure it triggers the combat scene. So if I equip an item, the stats update. If I remove it, stats go away. If I remove the sword, the stats did not go away. It did remove the sword, but it did something funky here because now it says I have 2. What did I do here? It's almost like I have 2 copies in the database of the same item ID, which shouldn't be able to happen. But that might have happened just from me tinkering with it too. So let's double check. In the inventory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't see any duplicates there. 10 and 11, which are different item IDs. One, 2, 3. No duplicates over here. Got some kind of bug, don't I? Let's look at this again. I don't see any issues in the database. And right now, anyways, it doesn't show a 2 by this sword. It does still show the wrong values for damage and attack speed. And everything's off-centered all of a sudden. Okay, what did I do there? Hmm. What caused me to go off-center? It looks like it's all at the same height. Um, what's going on here? There's 9 entries for both to the damage level. I wonder if I have the font sizes different, and just over several rows it starts to affect it. Let's see. Stats 30 to 30. 30 to 30. 30 to 30. Should I not do best fit? Do you think it's somehow adjusting the sizes even though they're all fitting in there no problem? Stats, values, and mods. No best fit. Fixed one issue and broke another one somehow here. Unless it was like that before and I just didn't notice. There we go. It was the best fit stuff messing with it. Okay, but our new bug is we still see damage, attack speed for the weapon. Now, does that happen with gear? I don't think it did. Oh, that's still messing up too. Is it tied to... It only happens when I completely blank out the items. See, because, well, I don't know if it's only that though. So there's that. Let's do this one. Now let's remove that one. Yeah, so it only happens right now. Like if I click remove, that's going to stay. So when there's no items going across the RPC call, is it updating the database? Let's check that. No, the database is still wrong as well. So this is definitely a server issue then. When there's no item on the request, it's not making the update. And I'm sure it has something to do with what I've changed here. So let's just kind of walk through it. get equipped items list. All right, so here's the issue right here. This is going to return false because there's no equipped items. So how else can I write this? Or do I even need it? So what's it doing right now? It's looking to make sure stuff is not empty, really. I mean, it's making sure there's not some funky data in the system. I guess what I can do is just say if there's items in that. So I can say first, I can say if request.get equipped items list dot, I'll say is empty, but I'll actually switch that. So I'll say if it's not empty, and then if it's also valid. Oh wait, I said that wrong. If it is, if request is empty, if that's true, no, that's wrong. If it's not empty and not valid. So it has to be not empty and not valid for it to return at this point. Otherwise, it should keep going. Let's try that. Let's see if that fixes the issue. Because I know I've made the entries down here. Remember, we set them up where it was making the updates to the database, even if there wasn't an item there, to make sure it zeroed it out. So that shouldn't be the issue. It's got to be this return statement, I think. All right, let's try this again. Now the data might be a little wonky at the very beginning here, but once we add an item and remove an item, it should fix the wonkiness. Like we might still see values over here just this very first time. Like we are, see, we're seeing the damage, but I hope so we can equip it. And now if we remove it, it didn't fix it. But it will. So if I equip a weapon or something here now, it's gonna zero these out. See, because there's something equipped. As soon as there's nothing equipped, it doesn't zero these out. And I mean, we've already determined it doesn't fix the database either, which means this is a server issue. Okay, so that wasn't it. Either that or I didn't actually write this logic right. So if equipment list is empty, if it's not empty, so because it is empty, it should skip this if statement. So then it goes down and says, let's get all the equipped items. It should return a null here. So this shouldn't do anything because it's already null. And then it goes down and says the new equipped items. And this should be null. So again, it's not going to run anything here. This all gets skipped. This gets skipped because there's nothing in this list collection. And then we say get equipped items. This also returns null. So far okay, I think. But then this call here, I think, is where we're noticing issues. So let's see, update hero stats. So we're passing hero ID. That should be fine. We're zeroing out all the mods. That's just a standard anything. Equipped mods and equipped items should both return nothing. So these are both null. We're setting all these values to 0. If equipped items dot size is greater than 0. So since it's not, this whole section gets skipped. Right? Is that the right? Oh, that's not the right. Okay, there's our issue. We're skipping that whole section if there's no equipped items, but we still want to set these values. So these were just indented wrong, and so it was confusing me where they were at. Okay. So now, if there's that whole part gets skipped, so these all still have zeros since there's no items equipped, but they actually get set now. And then this one does the same thing. Since these are 0, this whole 4 section gets skipped. Is that in the 4? I don't think it is. Let's make sure. Is that an issue? I don't think that's an issue. I think we did that on purpose. So every loop through. No, that doesn't seem right. Something's wrong here. We shouldn't be saving the hero every loop through that 4, should we? Maybe we did on purpose. Let's read what this is doing. So we don't have to. Since we're changing this value, it should have the new value on the next loop through. We don't have to save it to the database for this to work correctly. So I think that needs to come out as well. We don't want this in that loop because if there's no items, it's not going to make an update. So I think that's also a bug when there's no items. This needs to happen no matter what. Even if there's 0 items, it needs to save, and that way it updates correctly when we remove the last item. All right, now, let's see, that links to that for loop, but since nothing in there will run because there's no items, that's okay. We're still making the save at the bottom, and we already zeroed out the mods up above. So those are all 0, and all these are zeros tied to the weapons and equipment. So we're good. I think we're good. Let's restart this. I think we're getting close. We've kind of done all the different test cases here in this last one. Or when we remove all items, it wasn't updating correctly. Let's stop this and start it. Like I said, the values might be wrong at this very first beginning here because we haven't updated the equipment. So it's not going to trigger the updates to those fields. So we'll probably still have the remnants of the last equipped item. But as soon as I equip something, it should fix that issue. And then if I remove this, it should 0 out now. There we go. Same with a weapon. And then remove it. 0's out. Now let's try kind of the combination here. So we equip this one. Let's equip this one. Let's remove this one. Let's equip another one. Let's remove that now. Let's equip it back. Now let's equip a different one right on top with no remove in between, so it should just flip-flop them. Same thing with the weapon. All right. I think we are finally good. Now that one last test I want to do is if I click return here, we should go back to the combat scene. Cool. I mean, this is still a mess. We haven't got all the good UI components built out over here, but it did. It came back to the UI just fine. All right. So I guess the next step is from the combat scene, we need a way to get into the inventory scene now. So normally we would be coming from the combat scene as the starting scene, and we need to get it to go to this scene for us to make the updates. So let's do that. We need to, I think we've already saved all of our changes, but let's double save to make sure. And let's switch back over to the combat scene now. Man, we haven't done that in a while. It feels good that we're moving on from the inventory finally. There was a lot going on with the inventory though. And it's quality, you know. We set up a quality component here. It looks good. It could probably even work for the final game with a few tweaks. Let's see. I need to go to scenes. Combat scene. And this little testing thing we have here in the middle will go away. And the equip will go away. And the generate item will go away. Yeah, I do need to do a UI pass on the combat scene eventually, because it's ugly compared to the inventory scene. All right, so we're saying the action panel, I think, is where I put those buttons. So I want to get rid of the equip button. I want to get rid of the generate item button. Those will no longer be needed. Those were just tests. And this play pause button is good. That is something we still want. Now, do we want this item card? We don't want that either. So that needs to go away. And let's play this, make sure we didn't break anything. We're going to find out. Man, it sounds like it's icing outside now. My poor family's going to have a hard time getting home. I don't like this weather. All right, and this isn't utilizing, I want to do this sometime soon too. It's not utilizing the sprites that we're working on in the inventory scene. I need to figure out how to pull the, I know there's a way to save the JSON and then load the JSON. So I'm going to trigger a way to update my class, my hero class with that. And I don't even know if I have a field yet. Let's look. I don't think I do. So what'll have to happen is we'll have to create a new field, and it's going to store a JSON, a large JSON object, just a string. But I might still have this open. Let me look real quick. Here it is. So this is kind of what it does. It'll save this large, and it's kind of doing all this behind the scenes. There's not a, I don't have to define this long string here. I pretty much just have to run their utility call that turns the character object into a JSON object, and then do the same thing to load it back in. So I haven't worked on all that yet, but that'll be nice when I get to this step. That way we kind of have unique characters and the equipment all shows up correctly. So I'll probably do that after the next couple steps where we're working on, what was it? I mean, pretty much right where we're at. When we get to this part where we're generating loot, and we're allowing the player to continue on and do additional battles. I mean, really in this section here, I need to also set that up where the UI visuals for each hero are getting updated correctly. So kind of this whole section. And this one's kind of already done. We just finished this. I'm just finishing these last few steps. We're kind of working on this step right now as well. We're wanting to trigger the party management, the inventory stuff. And we just need to also set up a way to trigger another battle. So it just needs to look at the flags for combat. And if the combat's over, then it should show a button that allows us to trigger a new battle. And of course, this one also kind of links to it as well, because when we click that trigger a new battle, what I want to happen is it to randomly generate an encounter and not just use these static 4 enemies that I've had this whole time. And we're not going to worry about the graphics for now, because that's just going to take additional time and resources to find the graphics and get those set up. So I'm keeping that separate just for now while we're building out the game logic. Okay, sorry, I went in a little side quest there, but that was kind of important information I wanted to share, just how that's all going to work. All right, so we're getting the combat scene, no problem. Now what we want to do is when it's in paused mode, we need a way. So I need to figure out a way to click on the heroes, and when you click on them, they should trigger a new menu down here, and one of those menu options should say inventory. Eventually, it'll also show all the skills they can use. But for now, all I want it to do is show their inventory. And maybe just their base. It can either be in the middle here or off to this down here. Maybe it's probably fine to put it down here. But it should just show their name, class level, hit points, MP in number format. And then it should have their actions, their buttons that are tied to that hero, I think, is how that should be. I mean, a lot of games do that. What's a good example game? So I can kind of explain what we're setting up now. Let's look at Warcraft 3 UI. Let's see if I can find an image for that to explain. Kind of like this. So it's not going to look like this, but I mean the whole idea is when you click on a unit, it shows a little bar with their base stats or whatever you want it to show. So this is more than I plan on showing in that screen. But then it also will show, that's not even the right UI. Yeah, here's a better idea. So like they have this hero selected. So it shows some very basic stats here. And then it shows the actions tied to the unit that's selected. So that's a very rough idea of what we're working on here. And it's not going to look anything like this UI. I just wanted to explain. It's the action UI will be hooked to whichever unit is selected. And it doesn't have to be a hero. It could be one of the enemies. And then it'll give you whatever options are available to you. And it'll just show very basic stats. It's not going to show the full amount like we have on the inventory screen. It'll probably just show their HP and MP in number format, and their name and their class and level. I think would be a good amount. Not too much data, too much detail that it doesn't fit in the area I'm putting it in. So let's see. And I really, like I said, I need to do some UI passes to make this look cleaner, but for now this is okay. So we need guess we need a text field, and this will be for, we'll say hero name. Why isn't that adjusting with the size? Because I have it turned off. Let's make that. And we don't want that centered though, because it's on to the left. So let's put that kind of right there, make it a little bit longer. Let's say the max size is 36. Okay. And then let's duplicate that. Let's make one called hero class level, or hero level class. Level class. And let's move that down. Oh my, what did I do there? That's not what I meant to do. Let's change this one to the max size of 24. Is that too small? Let's do 28. Okay, 28 looks good. And then I want to add their HP and MP, and I can do that in a single row, I guess. Oops, I'm just going to copy this one. Hero, HP, MP. And actually, both of these can go up slightly, it looks like. Okay. Something like that. And it might even, we can probably even add like the, let's see, we could probably add the visual. So let's do this. Hero name. Let's make this slightly longer. And then the hero level class, let's make it about there. And the hero name, like there. And if we added the and we'll mess with that later. Eventually I can bring like their sprite visual over here too, so you know which when you have clicked that way. Besides just seeing their name and level, you'll also know that way. And in this section here, I think is where I want the buttons. Excuse me. So to do that, it's probably gonna be what, like a grid? Maybe for the action buttons, but for the inventory button, it's not really a grid. So let's, since we're only working on the inventory right now, let's just do that. Let's do another button here. Call it inventory. Move it. Change the text. Read inventory. Let's make the text slightly smaller. Let's say max size of 36. And that's fine for now. It doesn't have to look pretty yet. We're going to do a pass to try and clean up the UI eventually. Let's put it right there. Actually, for now, let's just put it right here, tied to the hero that you clicked. Okay. And then the action panel controller, we're going to create a new We're going to have to create a new call here called public void go to inventory. Okay. We can get rid of this because we're not equipping items that way anymore. That was just a test case. What else do we have in here that we don't need? Anything? Generate item. We don't generate items this way anymore either. Okay. The rest of this is tied to combat. Okay. So go to inventory. And what do we want to happen? Well, we're going to have to load the scene. I mean, that's a given. But we also need to we need to set some prefs, some player prefs to transfer between the two scenes. We need to know which hero it needs to load for the inventory. Okay. So just like we did in that starting scene, we can jump back to that to kind of look at it as an example. Because this does the same thing. It sets player prefs. So we just need to set. What do we need? Let's double check our inventory manager to make sure we pass everything into that screen that it needs to do its loading. So under item, inventory manager. All right, so this is what gets triggered when we open the inventory scene. And we pass in game ID, hero ID, and player ID. I think that's it. Okay. The game ID is being grabbed. Player ID, hero, all three of them are being used. So those are the three items we need to set. Do we have all of those? We should have all of those on the combat scene. I don't know why we wouldn't. So let's see if we have those available or if we have to do something to get them. The combat manager is available in this scene, so let's check that. Combat manager dot instance dot, let's see what we have. We have combat ID, we have player ID. Do we have game ID? Game ID, game ID. All right, well, let's see. Let's look at the database. Is there a way I can pull what I need quickly? So the combat object has player ID, encounter ID, I can get game ID and player ID from a player object pull. And then all I need from that, besides that, is the hero ID, which I should be able to get when I click them once I set that up. So we need to pull the player object based on combat ID. If we pull it by player ID, they might have 2 entries in this table for that player, right? If you make another... No, this isn't set up right. The player ID is not going to... It's going to change every time we have a new game ID. And I don't think that's what I was going for. You know what? I'm going to push that can down the road as far as fixing this. I'm going to make a note in my little thing here, though, so I don't forget that I think this will be an issue. Pen. Okay, so I'm going to make a note to add... Come on, pen work. Add a unique... Well, that's not writing. Add a unique player ID when a player has multiple games going. So there's no reason there can't be more than one entry for a player in here. They could have 5 different games started and saved. So game ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I don't want the player ID to do the same thing. And since this is a auto incrementing ID field in the player table, that's not going to work. We're going to have to create an additional column for player ID that stays the same for that player when they have additional games. But I'm gonna, like I said, I'm pushing that can down the road for a different day because we're not testing multiple games yet. We're just testing a single game for a player, so this should still work fine the way it's set up. But mainly we're just gonna pull this player object back, and we need the player ID and we need the game ID. And then the hero ID comes from us clicking on the hero in the game. So that's where we're going to get all the data we need to pass in. So we need to set let's see. Can it be an int? Or a float? Has to be a float, I guess. Load. A float. And this one will be called player ID. And we actually have to do a pull, get all of this data, don't forget. Because for some reason we don't have it. What do we have in here? I can't remember. Combat Manager. Player ID. Is the game ID in the combat info object? I don't remember. No, it's not. And the game ID is what we're missing. Now, why do we need the game ID? Is there a reason, or can I maybe not pass that? I think I needed it when we were looking. Game ID is being used where? Get player by game ID. I can change that to player ID. Oh, but the inventory items you definitely have to get by game ID, so that's why I did it that way. Okay. So yeah, we definitely need game ID, even though we don't seem to have it for some reason in the combat manager. And I feel like it makes sense to add it to the combat manager since we need it. And then we just need to make the combat manager get that data. Game ID. Player ID. We're passing in the combat ID is the only thing we're passing to this. And then where are we populating player ID? We're not even using it. So never mind. We're not using player ID or game ID, but we're getting player ID through this combat object. That one is coming over. So right here, we can do a player ID equals, whoops, player ID equals combat info dot player ID. And then really, I don't need to store the ID. I could just store the game in the player object, right? And then maybe we can use those somehow. All we need is the combat ID to get the loop started, but then we can do one quick pull for both of these when the combat loads. and we're going to populate those. So right here, we'll say player equals game server dot instance dot player client dot get player by ID, and this should be combat info dot player ID dot player, right? That's what it's getting mad about. Since I return a response object. No, that's not what it was mad about. Target type long. Oh, yeah, that is not what I was trying to do. Okay. It's mad when you lowercase it, so I guess I just have to rename it so it doesn't match the same as the actual object. Okay. There's that. And then the game info. Oops. We don't need that one yet, do we? We don't have a poll for game, do we? That might be an issue. I guess it's not an issue right now. Because we can make... we don't need the game object. We just need the ID for now. Alright. Fine. So this will become along again. Game ID. Game ID equals player info dot game ID. Right now this is true, this works, and there's only one record, but eventually this will return a list of records and that will break it. For now we're okay. So that's why I made the note that we're going to have to look at this in the future. Okay, so now that my combat manager has the 3 values and they're assigned in the start, they should be good to go by the time we get down here. So we just need to set the player ID to combat manager dot instance dot player info dot ID. And then we need to set the game ID and we also need to set the hero ID. And that should just be the selected hero, which I don't have that yet, but let's put it in here. Selected hero ID. And we need to set that somewhere. Heat up. I'm cold. We have the hero ID, we have to set that. And then we have the game ID and the player ID, which are the three items we need in the inventory scene to make things work. So let's go ahead and assign the button to this method while we're thinking about it. And then let's figure out how to, we're going to have to figure out how to trigger the selection of the hero. That shouldn't be too hard, but I will probably have to tinker with it to figure out how that should work. So in here for the inventory, we just need to change this to the go to inventory method. Now to assign the hero, that's going to be part of our combat base component. It's going to have to be in here, I think. Because the hero gets assigned in this object when the game runs. Right now, this is just, this is like a runtime setup. So it'll assign the hero. And then we just need to create a way to trigger when this is clicked. So right now, what do we have? We have the bars. And then we just have this base component, which is 0 size. I don't have a clickable object on here right now, but I don't want this. I think if I add anything to this, it's going to show up on top of the sprite. So let me think. The reason we have it set up this way is because the sprite is isn't really a UI component, but I wanted to embed it in my UI system, my layout system. It's not really a UI system at this point. It's more of a layout since it's a 2D game. I don't really want to have to change that. So we need to figure out a way to trigger a click on this item in this area. Maybe I can place a... So what if we do this? What if we make a new button? Okay. On this button, let's just get rid of the text. Let's get rid of the graphic, the sprite. Let's get rid of the color. Let's make it alpha 0. So now it doesn't show up. But if we take it down here and then pull it up like this, and I don't know what the height needs to be. I think it's like 250, 256 by 128 or something like that is the size of the sprites in this graphics editor. I'm not positive that that's correct. But if we do something like this, now can I create a click event? Even though you can't see the button, will it still work? See, I don't want any graphics on this. I don't know if this will trigger any graphics, but if it does, I don't want it to. So let's leave it how it is because it looks right now. But let's put a... Let's see, how can we do that? Because this needs to trigger... So this class, I guess, we're going to have to create a... We'll create a event. Will that work? It'll be public void click unit. And when that happens, we want it to set the combat manager dot instance dot hero or selected. Where did I put that at? I think I put that in the action panel, but I need that to be in the combat manager if I'm doing this the right way. So this needs to go away. Combat manager needs to reference we'll just call it unit ID since this might also need to work with monsters and they're both units. Let's make both of them. I don't know if we'll need both of them, but what if we want to select a hero and then the monster as well? Maybe like it's somehow tied to a skill. We need to know what it's affecting. Oops. All right. So right now we just want to set the hero ID. To hero dot That's just a game object. How is it updating these values? Let's see. We need to figure out. It's been a little bit since we touched these classes, and I can't remember where the updates, like to the HP and the action bar, are at. Because for some reason we don't have the actual hero object or hero unit object. We have a game object here. Combat base component controller. This is what's actually tied to the graphic. And this does have a reference to the unit. But how do I get a reference to this hero component controller? Where is that at? It's not on here. And there's no reference to it from here. So maybe I'm on the wrong. Is it the test hero? Hmm. Here, I can probably do this. Can I say, hero component prefab? Where is that at? Why isn't it in here? I'm gonna move that up with the rest of them because I did not know that was there. Oh, that's the old object. Well, what the heck is... What's updating the HP and the MP? Where is that happening? If it's not this object... I thought it was this one. But it's not, because there's nothing on this class. Um... No component controller. I think I'm overthinking this. Let's see, figure out where that's getting set. The hero component controller, which I just... Well, I guess I was looking at the prefab, not at the class. But where is this attached? This is a mono behavior, right? Which means it has to be attached to something. It could be getting programmatically attached, though. That might be what's happening down here. Let's look. So the hero component is on the party panel. Combat-based component. Isn't that where I was just at? Is that where the hero component controller is at? Because I'm not finding where that's attached. Or is it attached to the sprite? What's the sprite? Let's check. Test hero. Thought I looked at this zone. It wasn't here either. Character. Layer manager. All just animation. All the rest of this is animation. Yep. So if it's not here, where is it at? I'm very confused. Where is the hero component controller getting put? So confusing. It's a new list in the start. Hero component controllers. And way down here, it's looping through them, but where does it actually assign them? Oh, here we go. Hero component controller. So it's adding it programmatically. Okay. That makes me feel better. At least we found it. So on the combat-based controller, it's going to have, right? Hero, go, go, hero, go, add component. Okay. So from here, or let's go, since this one's already working and we're using this other thing that already has hero info. This is where we can put the button. So the button will be select on select or something. Public void on select unit. Okay. And then we want to update the combat manager. Hero to hero info dot hero dot ID. Not player ID. Common. Okay, there it is. we need to change that so it allows me to set it. Okay. So if we select the unit, we're setting selected hero ID has been set. Now, what do? We can assign that to this new controller, because I think I set it to the other one. For that button, I mean. So the inventory button. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to trigger. It's the other button. The in here. This button needs to be assigned to let me think about this. I think it does need to be on the base component unless I want to set it up programmatically. And I don't really want to. I don't think. So if I go in here, and I go in here, I say public void on select unit. And then what do I want to do here? Well, I know this object that this is attached to has a hero component. So I can say hero component controller equals get the component controller. Off of the thing we're already on. And then I can say combat manager dot instance dot, or actually from here, actually let's do this different. So this is going to trigger off of the click, but this will go into the controller and run whatever the heck I called that on select unit. All right, that's all that has to do. Now over here, I should be able to connect these pieces up. So I have this, and now I should be able to pass this in. And grab combat base component controller. Let me make sure I made that public. I don't think this is compiling, and that's why this isn't showing up. Action panel controller, line 87. I gotta get rid of this error so it'll compile. Here we go. All right, so that should trigger. I mean, if this works like I hope it does, even though there's no viewable button, there's a button here. I'm hoping when we click this, it triggers, which will save the selected hero ID, and I need to just put a debug in there to see if that's even working. So, where would that be? Here? Actually, it's in the hero component controller. So right here, I just need to set a debug.log selected hero set to combat manager instance selected hero ID. Okay. That's probably enough to do a test, right? If we can see if we can select it or not. And then from there, if that works, we need to trigger the inventory button and everything showing up correctly. Because right now it's just going to appear when I push play. I want it to start disabled and enable itself when we've got a selected hero selected. Yeah, that didn't make any sense at all. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Action panel controller needs to remove some references because we're not using them anymore. So we don't need a reference to the quit button. That might be it. Let's try again. Okay, no errors. Now let's see if we click somebody. Well, that's probably a good sign. I probably just forgot to set something, but when I clicked, it did cause something to happen. Combat base component controller line 12 is a null reference. So the hero component controller is not getting set to that object like I think. So let's look down here. Where's that even at? Party panel. Okay, so it's not on there. It must be on the other part. Mm. So it's on the generated game object. So I need to reference this slightly different. So this does need to say hero. And that should work. Let's try this again. All right. Seems to be working. Awesome. Now, we just need to just double check on my family here, make sure they're still okay. Yep. All right. So when I click this, besides setting the ID, it also needs to update. It needs to show this and it needs to update this. So right now it shouldn't be showing. It should be set active false is what I'm going to have to set this to. And this might have to be its own object. I don't think I made it its own object. So let's check that. The action panel. What? see. So we need to set these items up. So I have these items kind of all tied to the same action panel section, but I'm gonna make another. I want to make another like sub panel here and just call this selected unit info. Then I want to push all of those objects into that panel. Oops. I'm going to resize that panel. I really just want it right about there. And just need to set the references correctly. Yes, I know that's not perfect yet, but we're going to adjust this eventually. That looks good like that for now. Eventually we're going to set something much better up for the UI on the combat. Okay. I kind of want those to all be a little bit farther over. That looks better. That'll work for now. Let's make the color just something different. There we go. Change it up a little bit. All right. So um, so I guess the same place I have the play and pause button set up, which I think is this action panel controller. Yeah. I'm going to add another reference to this new panel. Let's close everything again. I keep getting too much open at the same time. And we want to do a serialize field, private, game object. Unit stats panel. That sounds good. And when we start, we want to set that to false. And get rid of this. We're not going to have an item UI in here. Public void open unit stats panel. I'm going to need another call to get the actual unit. Right? Or do I just need to change this? Instead of it, this should be a unit selected unit. Or selected hero. Alright. And that's getting set in the base. In the hero component controller, we're setting that. Let's just change this. Yeah, that way we don't have to do another pull from the database. Get rid of the ID field. This other one for now. Okay. We want to set that active. And then I guess we'll have an additional small script for this. We need to pull in We need to look at the inventory button. And then we need fields for hero name and what else? Class level and HP and MP. Okay, there's the fields. So we need to do if. Now wait a minute. This needs a reference to the hero, the selected hero. I don't think that's gonna work. It's gonna give a. It's gonna be an issue with timing. I need to. I need to hook into this on combat init. Once that's run, do I have this? I don't think this is gonna run either, because if this item's disabled, this isn't gonna trigger. I'm overthinking this. So by the time this gets turned on, there has to be a selected hero in the combat manager. So really all we have to do here is say hero unit equals combat manager dot instance selected hero. That has to be assigned or this shouldn't even be set active. So that's okay. And then down here in this call, we just want to set all the values. So we have hero name dot text equals hero unit dot common dot name hero class level dot text equals level space plus hero unit dot common dot level plus space plus hero unit dot hero dot job. And then the hero HP MP dot text should equal HP hero units dot common dot current HP plus hero unit dot common dot base HP plus hero unit dot common mod HP. I don't know that we've used that setup on anything yet, but that's kind of how that should read. And then, actually, let's put this in parentheses so this doesn't do something funky here. And then here we're going to space MP and do the same thing. Dot common dot current MP Okay, really long string that should account to not very much text. All right, so that's those three, and then the inventory button. We want to do a if combat manager dot instance dot is running. I want to do the opposite of that. So if it's not running, if it's paused, then the inventory button should show up. So we should say inventory button dot set active true. Else set it false. Now, how do I call update UI? That's the only thing I have here that I gotta assign. So, I need to set this in the action panel. Besides the object itself, I need to say unit stats panel dot get component unit stats panel controller dot update. What is the name of that? Update. It has to be public or it's not gonna find it. Dot update UI. There we go. That should work. Now, open unit stats panel triggers when we do the click event on this guy. On select unit. On select unit. This should be an event because we're getting ready to pass this. We don't have an instance for the action panel controller, right? No. Okay, so let's go to the combat manager. And we're going to create another action. And it's going to pass a unit on unit selected. Okay. And instead of just setting that directly, so we should probably change that and not allow that to be set publicly. Where's that at? Right here. We'll change that back to private, and then we'll make a public method that can be called public void set selected unit. So we want to set that. So selected hero equals unit. And then we also want to trigger this new on selected unit selected, invoke, and send in the selected hero. All right, so we have the selected hero set, and now we're invoking this call. And once this is called, which over here we have to tell it to set it now, set selected unit, and pass in the hero info. All right. Now the action panel can listen for this. Rename this to just on unit selected. Unit. And then once that's triggered, I could just call that. Should be all we have to do. So now that I call that method, then it goes through the routine. Although, okay, so I'm passing unit here, but I'm not passing it here. Does that matter? How does the unit stats panel update? It gets it from the combat manager. So I think we're still okay the way this is. Do we have any errors? I don't see any. Let's try to run a test. It's been a while since you ran a test. And see if this works. we start, I don't think this should show up. I don't know if I set that. It might get mad. I don't know if I set that to the instance it needs to be set to. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. We need to set all these values. So the panel itself, and I don't know what these other ones are, but they're not tied to. Those might be tied to the stuff I took off. Let me double check and clean that up if it is. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. That's all the stuff where we were testing. Even this is a test thing. That shouldn't have broke anything. Let's double check. If it didn't, we'll save the scene and then try again. Okay, save the scene. Try again. Okay, we want the hero. We want this to disappear initially because we haven't clicked on any heroes yet. So there's no selected unit. And it is in paused mode, which means when I click them, the inventory button should show up. We don't have something else set. The action panel controller stuff isn't set. Okay. This one. This one's not set. I didn't create the controller for that or all the labels. Nope, that wasn't it. What did I call that? Unit stats panel controller needs added to this. Unit stats. All right, now I need to set all of those. So the inventory button, hero name, class level, HPMP. And let's save that again and try again. Okay. Now select a unit. Line 23 is null. I don't know if I believe you. So when I click selected unit, or when I click to select a unit, that triggers this one. Which triggers this one. Which triggers this method, which triggers this action. And then this triggers off of the event. Then we set the panel active. and we run the update UI method. And when I'm running the update UI method, it says this is null. Which it has to be the it has to be the hero selected hero object because these aren't null. We can see right here that these aren't null. Hero unit. Oh, this happens in start. It can't happen in start. That's the issue. I don't think it can happen in start anyways. We need it to happen down there. I don't know if that's going to fix it or not. Because really all we're doing is assigning a reference. I don't know. It doesn't seem too complicated, but sometimes I overthink this stuff and make it more complicated than it is. Click. Oh, it worked. So that was all I had to do. And then if I click inventory, what happens? Oh, that's a good sign. That just means I have to update my build profile because inventory is a new scene we didn't have before. All right, let's try that. So stop, build profiles. Where do I add scenes? I can't remember. Scene list. Add open scene. How do I add? Do I have to open the inventory scene first? I better save this to make sure I didn't make any changes that weren't saved yet. File, build profile, scene list, add open scene. All right, now let's jump back to the combat scene. Save everything. Try again. All right, so let me click inventory. I think it worked, but I don't think I have this turned on to properly use the player prefs yet. Because see, it's loading the default values I had. I think we're really close. If I click return, I think I can go back now. Yeah. All right, let's update that. I think I know what's wrong. So if we go into inventory manager, because that's the main class that kind of loads everything for the inventory scene. Right now, I think I hard-coded. Yeah, see how these are all hard-coded? We're going to get rid of that now. And we need to pull that in on the start. So before we get here, we can say player, what was it? Game ID, player ID, hero ID. Really, all we need is game ID and hero ID because player ID can get pulled from the game ID. Oh well, no need to mess with that right now. So we're going to say game ID equals player prefs dot get float game ID. Let me look at my other example to see what I did because I don't know what the syntax is here. I'm sure I've already ran into this before in the Combat Manager though. I just cast it to a long. Okay, so I got the game ID, player ID, and hero ID. Okay, I think that's all we need to update so that this works with the right hero and doesn't keep loading hero ID 2 every time. Okay. I'm gonna click him. Click inventory, and we want to see it's Chris level 3 barbarian that gets loaded. There we go. And he has no equipment, which is what we would expect. Let's go ahead and throw this Sword of Light on him and this dragon armor. So now when we go back and then go to a different character, we should only see these 5 items. Let's try this one. I did already give him some equipment, so this is normal. I didn't give it to him through the system here, but I had hard-coded it into the database when we first started. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and remove this. Okay, and then we're going to have 6 items, 1 piece of armor. Let's go to this guy. Nice. Give him some gear. This should be the one we've been playing with the whole time, so Bob should already have some gear. Nice. Sue doesn't have anything. We'll give her a weapon. We don't have any armor. And then this guy down here doesn't have anything either. Let's give him something. Awesome. Now if we click play, and then I try to click them, the inventory button shouldn't show up. Let's try that test. Generate new combat, because that combat was over. Click play. Uh-oh. That was weird. Alright. Something's going on where it's not regenerating combat. But I did see that the inventory button didn't show up when I clicked that real quick, so I'm going to write that down as a new bug to review since we're running out of time today. I probably won't get to that. Figure out why combat isn't refreshing correctly. And actually, eventually, very soon, we're getting ready to change this anyways and generate combat instead of just going and kind of reset it with the units that have been in there the whole time. All right, that's awesome. So we can do inventory now. And it is saving all of this data. We can remove equipment. And it saves it, and then when we go into somebody else, that equipment shows up in the inventory. We can switch that out. Very cool. Okay. All right. I'm about to call it for today, but let's see where we're at. So we've got, I'm definitely going to say that this one's done, because we just did that and it worked perfectly fine. So let's mark that one as done. This next one is kind of what we're working on next. So we've already done this first step. We've triggered the party management UI. So we just need, we're working on triggering another battle. And I think what I'm going to do here, rather than write this code in this little interim when I'm almost to this next step anyways, I think I'm going to move this. We'll call this one done. I mean, there wasn't really anything to do here, but we're still going to call this one done. And I'm going to move that after we've generated the monster. So I want this to say generate new encounters and present new combat to player when new combat button is pressed. So we kind of already have this. I mean, we already have the generate new combat button, but now we want it to actually generate new enemies. Right now it's just resetting the hit points on the enemies that are in the database. So we always get the same, like, I think it's 2 wolves, fairy, and something else, but it's always the same 4 enemies. And so I want to regenerate encounters each time. And then this in between thing, besides figuring out how to generate enemies, of course. This other in-between thing is to use that. We've already got a generate item RPC call. So we just need to build that logic out a little deeper based on the enemies that got defeated in combat. That should determine what loot gets generated. So if it's a group of level 1 enemies, it's probably going to be a group of level 1 loot that it's going to generate. So we need to set that all up here. And then what needs to happen is when it generates the loot, it needs to drop it into the player's inventory. Once it's in there, then all the other systems will pick it up and it can be used like it is already. So this doesn't seem like it should be a crazy hard step. It'll take a little bit of time, but we've already got a lot of these systems in place. We've already figured out how to generate items. We already have a call for that. And we already have the party management UI. As long as we can add this new item to the inventory database, then the inventory UI will pick it up. So this should be a quick line item. This one will take a little bit longer because we don't have any of this in place yet. And we'll have to adjust kind of how the monsters and stuff are getting pulled into the scene currently. Well, I mean, actually, a lot of this is still okay because it is still going to pull the data from the encounter database table. We just have to make sure we're populating the encounter database table correctly and cleaning it up correctly in between combats. So that'll take a little bit of time. And then this next step here is a big one to do what we're doing right now. So we're going to allow this to then we can start this loop idea where we're generating encounters, getting inventory that we can then equip and upgrade our characters with. So that's kind of like the first way to upgrade your characters in our whole game. So what we might do after this step, since I didn't make it anywhere near my stretch goal of Thanksgiving anyways, and I haven't really determined when my first play test will be, I might try to throw my first play test in right here after this step. And by doing that, I need to create one more action item, and it'll be a couple more. So I'm going to say create a start game screen that allows a player to generate a new party of 4 or 6 heroes. Use the setup. I'm going to put setup the fantasy heroes asset to save and load JSON data correctly so visuals will show. So that's kind of a big step, but not huge because I've kind of already messed with some of this. But this will allow us to let a player come in and generate a hero, and maybe we'll only let them change like their face and their eyes and their hair, stuff like that. We won't make this too difficult, but we'll make a little small UI where they can change a little bit about their hero so they at least look unique, is what I'm going for here. And then this will save that JSON data to the hero table. All right. And that way it uses the base. And we'll have to figure out how to work this in with the inventory as well, because I'm not sure how that all ties together yet. We'll just have to play with it and figure out how to tie that in. But the idea here is you can have unique looking characters for each character slot, and it also updates the equipment and shows that in the combat UI. So that's kind of what we're going for with this step. And then once we have that, That's in the wrong spot. I meant for that to go under this next line item. Come on. I want this to go here. What the heck did I do? That's right. Maybe I didn't have that in the wrong spot and my freaking eyeballs aren't working. Okay. That's where we're at. So I want to build out random monster generation next. And I want to build out loot. And I want to build the whole like generate a new encounter and kind of loop through that process, make sure it works. When I have that working, I want to create a start game screen where players can create 6 unique characters, like their visuals, their look. Right now, we haven't got to the point where they have classes or anything yet that they can select, but and I also want to create a load game button on start game screen that lets you recall a game in progress. So this kind of links all of these little elements together. We could have multiple players in the database this way, multiple games per player. So we're going to have to fix that one bug we mentioned where the player ID isn't in that table. That should be a quick fix, but just mentioning that. And then when you load the game, you can come in, kind of go through this same loop where you're fighting a combat and you're generating or you're getting loot after the combat's over and just stuff like that. So that, I think once we get to that step, we'll also allow players to name themselves. We'll probably just allow anyone logging into the game to see all games in progress, and that might be a way to kind of also see that it's working across multiple players, even though we don't have any type of authentication or authorization in place yet to block people from playing other people's games. But yeah, I think at that point we're at a good point, a good spot where we can allow people to do some testing. So we can start doing testing at this point. The next few spots here are going to take a long time, and they're I'd like to get a play test in before them. So this is kind of like my interim, even since we didn't make it nearly as far as I wanted by now. I think it's still good to go ahead and get some testing with other people involved as soon as possible. So I think this is the good point to stick the testing in. And I think I can probably get through those items by next weekend or so. So I'm going to say new first playtest location. And this will speed up the process down here. Because this part will already be fleshed out a little bit. This like testable build just for combat thing. I didn't really write this out, but really that's what that meant is we needed to create a way to load and save games and to create your own parties and stuff. So that's kind of what we just added up here. So we took some from down here to add up here. So this will go quicker down here. Oof. And I don't know when this goal is going to be now. This is probably getting pushed out to Christmas. Everything's taking longer than I thought it would. Which, I mean, that normally happens. It's good to have goals set to try and meet them, but I can't get discouraged when I don't make them because I have so many other things going on right now as well. So we'll switch that to Christmas. Maybe this will be like Super Bowl. Isn't Super Bowl usually the first or second week in February? That'll give me time to, because a lot of the stuff in this section here is going to take quite a bit of time as well. I mean, this is adding a completely new logic and scene idea for the dungeon. I mean, we got to figure out movement and how to place enemies and events and everything. There's a lot going on in this stretch between the stretch goal of Christmas and this down here. So I think this is a good adjustment. I mean, I wish I could have got all of this done like I wanted to. I wanted to be way down here by today. That was a really aggressive stretch goal, if I'm being honest. Because some of the stuff is just, there's way more complexity to it than you realize. But even though we've only completed this many line items, we already have something that's starting to look like a game. You know, it's not there yet. But I mean, we have, if somebody saw this and that's all they saw, they would say, oh, that's a game, that some type of RPG where you have heroes and stuff, and you can do that. And I'd love to be able to kind of get my UI for the combat looking cleaner like this does, but we'll see. I'm not the best at visual design and graphics, but I could probably reuse a lot of the stuff that's on here as well. Like I can use a lot of the assets and the squares and the framing and stuff like that to make it look cleaner. I can find some assets for like a background instead of just a plain green black background. I can find assets. I can match up the font really easy to match the font in the inventory, so that'll probably help as well. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but we made a lot of good progress today. We got the inventory linked into combat, and we can now update all the characters by selecting them, which is cool, because before we were just messing with one test hero out of the group. Now we can update everybody, and all of that data will eventually transfer into combat. So that's also another thing we have on the very next item that we still haven't gotten to here. So did I have that noted? Let's just, I still have that one little piece up there, and I'm just gonna make a note so I don't miss it. But update combat logic to use equipped items correctly. So when items are equipped, all those values should spread to the combat itself, and they should do more damage, deflect more damage when they have armor on, stuff like that. All right. I think I'm going to call it for today, guys. I do appreciate anyone that was watching, and I'll see you guys next time.